words and do with them what you will. Though I ask you to curse Judgment's fist and open your mind to my greatest fears. For this world has beaten me down, and I've shed more than my share of tears. So with that in mind, I greet you into a reality of nothingness and bitter dark, and welcome you to my home of escape, my refuge, Argyle Park.
Alright, friends. Welcome, Kindred. Sorry about our slight delay this evening. How are all of you doing? I trust you've had ample time in which to find somewhere comfortable to sit, to fill your glass with something warm and delicious. We're still working out some of the technical issues of our newfound status here amongst the internet prepared. Cool and refreshing was certainly something I sought out when I walked amongst the living, but now that I find my status otherwise occupied, warm and thick seems to be my go-to. So, for those of you who've yet to be a part of this Elysium we've founded here thus far, like to go over kind of how we do things here. This is an interactive fiction, a novel or game written by Choice of Games and Kyle Marquis. It's based upon the tabletop role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade, a fiction they would have you believe is anything but the truth. I'm here to tell you otherwise. To that end, we raise the question of how the masquerade might be broached. What rules must one who's transcended humanity follow? Now, while we explore the many possibilities that exist in the realm beyond the veil of realities, we're presented with a story, a fiction piece, something beyond the scope of the truth, or what might be questioned. Within this story, we're faced with multiple choices, with each path branching off into its own little section of the world we explore therein. The paths we've taken thus far have led us both into and out of danger. Sometimes we've done better than others. Nevertheless, the story moves forward, and with each choice we progress the path of no one, an 11th generation gangrel neonate, deeply ensconced in the politicking of the Camarilla of the American Southwest, traveling the roads of the Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico borders, and just recently we've ventured all the way up to Utah. We'll do a brief bit of housekeeping before we start the synopsis of last evening. As we've recently come into a new status here, we are going to attempt once again the polling function of Twitch. However, when one has lived as long as I have, one finds it quite difficult to navigate the technological traps oft placed before us. So in the event that we're unable to get the polling function to work appropriately this evening, fear not. We'll continue the way we have in nights prior, with you being allowed several minutes by which to wheedle, convince, cajole, and discuss the choices placed before us in the chat. When we've arrived at a plurality of votes and the time you've been given has reached its expiry date, then the story will move forward. At any point, we are welcome to check out the statistics of this creature we inhabit the bones of, that we might better arrive at decisions that will suit us. If at any point we reach a tie amongst the choices that have been given, this one will roll a die in the background, with different values being assigned to different responses, and we'll move forward with whichever the tie-breaking die has decided. Now, there are moments that we'll see decisions that are appended with an exclamation mark. Often, these decisions carry with them the weight of a critical failure, a risk that carries with it the equal opposite of critical success. While sometimes these choices might seem daunting or risky, they do often bring greater reward. I trust now that we've had this little conversation that we do understand how best things will go forward from here. But if there are any questions, we're more than happy to answer them. Throughout, of course, feel free to interact with us. We'd like to carry on a conversation with those who make their evenings here in my Elysium. I have, it seems, forgotten to introduce myself. My name, that I be not so rude as to mask from you all, is Bartholomew Needer. And I expect that over the course of our time together, be it tonight or some other evening, we'll dig into the delicate ramifications of mine own histories. All that said, I think that we're in a good place to begin with last night's synopsis. We didn't make much progress last night, as we started with a synopsis of all of the events that have transpired thus far, and quite a story it has been. I highly recommend you check out some of the videos we've posted in the past, that you might better understand what trials and tribulations have shaped the vicissitudes of fate upon which our young gangrel walks. If at any point you'd like to experience these events only in audio format, Elysium is available now on Spotify and other podcast formats in a simple vocal transcription of what you listen to here. Let us begin, kindred and friends alike. As I've said already, we began last night with a synopsis of what's transpired thus far. A way for everyone to get on the same page before we move forward with whatever horrors our beast designates us a prisoner to. Then, at the behest of some of our listeners, we went to the gym, focusing on improving our fitness even though the gym itself was packed. I do hope no one noticed the blood seeping from our pores in place of sweat. That's when we started for Utah and Biosphere Zero. We were forced to spend a night in a cave, and due to having to find a place to conceal our vehicle, we nearly didn't make it before the sun rose, jumping into the cave just as dawn's rays touched the horizon. We took some aggravated damage from that bright yellow ball of hatred suspended in the morning sky. The next night we set out to the Biosphere, and there we found a group of 6 mortals, one of whom was packing heat. We decided to follow them closely, but not too close, or so we thought. However, when we stalked them into one of the Biosphere's antechambers, we quickly found ourselves surrounded and subsequently held at gunpoint, with angry mortals inquiring as to just who we were. We thought quickly on our feet, offering that we had a delivery to make, otherwise we might not be there. They quickly retracted their weapons, clearly undesirous of a confrontation. We learned their missing compatriot that we'd overheard them speaking in hushed tones about is, or was, a computer whiz, and their skills were sorely missed. Perhaps an opportunity upon which we could capitalize. We begged off in order to get to the coordinates point of our pickup, the emergency cache here at Biosphere Zero that Tucson's Prince Leto Kaminsky had ordered us to grab. Of course, nothing can be easy. Nothing can be had without struggles on this night road. The cache was gone, and judging by the tracks left in the dust, it had been removed only just recently. After all, we hadn't seen any truck tracks outside. It was unlikely that these robbers had gotten very far, and very likely that they were still quite nearby. When the mortals upon whom we'd chanced set camp for the morning, we made excuses for ourselves again and found our way to some dark, dank hole within the confines of the biosphere to make bed for the day. We set Magda to guard our door, the trusty wolf with which we shared a special bond, and knew we'd have nothing to worry about on that front. Then we let the long sleep consume us, the hungry beast inside us gnawing and clawing at our veins with the cooling vitae sluggishly coursing through them. We were woken to a frantic, alarmed shouting and learned that one of the mortals' number was dead. We asked then if there was anything they knew that we might not, and we all together set out to search for the missing mortal, or whomever his attackers and aggressors might have been. And there our night together begins. If you've not yet found yourself something to eat, something to drink, a comfortable place within which to sit, I highly recommend doing so now, as we are about to begin the journey on this, the night road. Everyone makes sure the freezer is cold enough, which gives us time to investigate the missing cache again. But though you see signs of disturbed earth and drag marks, they end suddenly on the concrete floor. You find a folder labeled Emissions Data 1945 to 1970, where the drag marks end, but it's empty. Magda can't pick up a trail, and you can't find any footprints. The explorers return to their camp in the atrium. They stay close together and listen to Paul, who was a civilian contractor in Afghanistan and who knows at least a little bit about operational security. How important OPSEC is. Their plan is to explore the facility and eventually find their own cache, a record of everyone who worked at Biosphere Zero and what they did here. It won't be easy. One section off the atrium is completely collapsed, and another wing's ceiling is caved in, leaving it strewn with rubble and dangerous to cross. And the place is huge, but they're determined. Now, we are faced with our first decision of the evening, my friends. Do we A, make sure the explorers focus on security and don't go wandering off? After all, we certainly don't want any more casualties. Perhaps B, we slip away and check the cache location again. We, after all, are just here to find Jasper Bubbles' data and get it back to Prince Leto, and that's it. Or is the answer C? Should we look for anything worth grabbing around here? Anything valuable, perhaps? Or maybe it's D. This place, after all, does seem quite amazing. Perhaps we should look around for anything we might be able to learn. Now, as I said before, we're going to test out the polling feature, and I don't exactly know how it's going to show up on your end. Therefore, if it doesn't work, please just let me know and record your choices in the chat itself. As we're dealing with a little bit of a technology crunch on this choice, I'm going to allot 3 minutes and 30 seconds for the chat to figure out how best to make up our mind as the 11th generation Gangrel neonate no one. That time begins now. And if you aren't seeing the poll, it may be underneath the video itself, held in the About section of this page. Ah, lovely. I'm glad to hear you've also been able to figure it out, Dragon. I must admit that I've been struggling to figure it out myself. And thank you for the follow, friend. Every bit of interest we can gather on the path of the night road and the veil between realities that the Masquerade represents is one step closer to bringing the paths of kind and kindred alike together. As it stands right now, it looks like we may have something of a tie between option A and option D, making sure the mortal explorers focus on security without wandering off, or looking around for anything we might learn from this amazing biosphere. There remains yet a minute to convince others of your choice, or for others to cast their votes in this decision that will move our kindred's path forward. Also, if at any point you find the music to be too loud or my voice to be too soft or vice versa, please let me know. These are all things that we can fix together because without you, the community, this place doesn't exist. And we want this Elysium to be a safe place for all our people to coexist together. Oh. And we've gained another vote for option D. Lovely. About 15 seconds remain on the clock, by which to make your decision known in the poll below. And the time has expired. I will check once more, and it looks like we're continuing with option D, as I see no other votes recorded. Ah, Astrophystasis, thank you for that Prime subscription. We are pleased to embrace you into the fold this evening. Let the blood of Cain flow through your veins. The power will follow. The areas you've explored so far are stark and barren. The atrium used to have a huge map on one wall, but it's long gone. You doubled back to the office complex where Tex died, but that doesn't seem to be a research area. If you're going to learn more about Biosphere Zero, you'll have to delve deeper. You also head up to the second story of the atrium where a window looks down on your Toyota Tacoma. It's fine. When you get back, the explorers have spread out an old map and are arguing about where to investigate first. They fall silent when you and Magda reappear. They're a little afraid of you, and you might be able to use that to direct their actions. The map is a bad photocopy. Actually, a copy of a mimeograph, but it outlines some interesting sounding areas, all identified with the same not quite Westminster font as you've seen on the walls. Computer hall, Forest Biosphere Zone, Agriculture Dome, Research Records, Personnel, and Armory. Now we're faced with another decision, my friends. Aren't these decisions lovely? This decision will determine what we explore first or how we next proceed. Give me one moment to set the choices up within the poll. This one has quite a long set. Not to worry, though, we're nearly done. Alright, friends. The poll ought now to be live, and I'll allow 2.5 minutes within which to record your decisions beginning now. Now, as I recall, we are quite hungry. That's two, suggesting I fill my own veins with vitae. One does find that this kind of work does bring out the thirst. To Astrophysicist and Havoc Puppy Gaming, we must fulfill our hunger, lest the beast clawing at our veins and slaking its own thirst on the sluggish vitae coursing through them leads us into a frenzy. What a pleasure to have something so near at hand. You have about another minute to record your decisions in the second poll, friends. It looks like we've one vote thus far to sate the hunger of the beast rising inside no one as well. Is everybody seeing the second poll available? It looks like we have 3 votes cast thus far. 1 to explore the computer hall, and 2 for looking for some explorer to sate our hunger. A young piece of prey, or perhaps an old one. I personally find that Havoc is often the best course of action, Astrophysicist. Havoc, the polls may be showing up still just beneath the window itself, down in the About section of the stream window. I'm still figuring this piece out as they seem to be fighting me with technology. Damn the Second Inquisition after all. It's our good friend, the Gallant Geek. Welcome to the stream, friend. How has your evening, or perhaps it's morning for you, been going thus far? For those of you unaware, Gallant is another member of the kindred who seems to enjoy the storytelling of the Masquerade, whether they abide by it or not. Highly recommend giving them a little check out and follow. I believe the last time I was in there, they were running a Nosferatu playthrough of the video game Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and I've also found a quite entertaining set of characters therein who are providing more than ample amusement and entertainment, as well as good company. Now, it looks like the time on our poll may have expired. I trust all of you have been able to take a vote here. I'm sure that this is a piece of the stream we'll be able to better work out as we move forward and get more acquainted with the polls. For now, we seek out one of the intrepid explorers to target as prey and sate our hunger. It seems another of them might yet fall before the night is over. After considering each in turn, you think that your best chance will be Janet, the pink-haired journalist. She's young and just scared enough to trust you without being so scared she might suddenly attack. The main complication is that after Tex's death, everyone is on high alert. Any mistake might expose you as the killer. I apologize for the brief amount of time this part of the stream takes. They don't make this easy on an old kindred without the information close at hand. Alright, and the new poll should be up and available now for you, my friends. Now, the nice thing about taking blood from a mortal, I've found anyway, is that once the razor-sharp teeth of the kindred pierce the soft and supple flesh of one of our prey, there's something about our saliva, a venom, you might say, that enraptures our chosen victim, brings them often to the heights of ecstasy, and if we play our cards right, they often hold no memory of whatever horrors they might have experienced beneath our gnawing teeth. Ah, thank you, occupied eye. Let me make a quick modification to that. If I can. I may not be able to. Curses. Well, that said, we've got a couple of votes on the table then. One for the research records, and one for eating Janet. We'll see if any other votes pop up, but I have recorded your option for the research records, occupied eye. Thank you for letting me know that I've missed that piece. I'll put another minute on the clock here to allow any others who might to record their votes in the polling section below, or, honestly, in the chat as well. I understand that scrolling down to arrive at the polls might be something of a frustration for some. Ah, Fiona. Thank you for the host, and it sounds like we've a raid incoming. Oh dear. A raid of 57 Vikings. I can only be prepared by the fact that I've an alliance with this particular Viking, the warrior known as Viking Blonde. Welcome, Will. Welcome to our Elysium. I trust you may have just recently finished your own stream. I wonder how the evening has gone. This Elysium is, of course, full of wet skeletons and warm coins. A toast to you, my friends. We're just getting into the decisions of the evening. How are all of your most moist bones? Dinsdale and Lecter, Lizzie and Kestrel, Alpha of the Deluge. You also have a wet skeleton and wine. How lovely to see. Thank you for those follows, my friends, and thank you for the raid, Viking Blonde. It is a pleasure, as I've said earlier, when any kindred or kind alike shows interest in just how serious the problem of the masquerade, this veil that separates the realities of mortal kind and my own from one another. Enjoy your burgers, friend. I know you'll return shortly, and the heme will do you good. To our votes, it would appear that we've something of a tie now. We have 2 votes recorded for an option I mistakenly didn't put in the poll, technologically impaired kindred that I am, which is to conduct our search with research records, searching through their library data. I just said the word search 3 or 4 times in a row. The other 2 votes have been cast for eating Janet and slaking the hunger that courses through our veins. That is a very effective code, Kestrel. I can see you're taking the Kestrel After Dark quite to heart. If any of our new-coming raiders, these swarthy Vikings of the Longship, would like to cast their votes in the poll, I highly recommend doing so soon. However, as I said already, there is a poll option that isn't currently present, and if you would like to search through the research records, please cast that vote in the chat, as I failed to include it. Our dear follower... Oh my, we're going through so many things here. Our dear follower Occupied Eye pointed that out, for which we're quite grateful. Let me correct the audio issue there. Is that at an acceptable level for you? The poll is down in the About section as an extension of the chat. I appreciate all of the assistance in working out the technological kinks which we face. Lizzie, that isn't a problem at all. I am more than capable of adding up the votes that occur in the chat as well as in the poll section. Though I am seeing something of a plurality for murdering poor Janet. Now, so those of you who have just joined us are aware, Janet is one of a series of mortals who are currently on high alert, as another member of their troop has died. If you were to ask me, I would say it was probably at the hands of the person who stole the cash from this location that we came here to search for at the beckoning of Prince Leto Kaminsky from Tucson. But I don't know much, as we've already seen with the polling mishaps. It would seem, with 4 votes, 5 votes for eating Janet, and 3 votes for moving forward with the research tunnels, we ought to be eating Janet. Welcome again, Havoc. I don't know if you missed something. We've been welcoming our new Viking raiders as they've recently joined us. We're going to eat this poor woman. Well, and perhaps after we've slaked our thirst on poor Janet, we'll be able to investigate the research tunnels that interest the other members of our party. Kestrel, it has been a pleasure to have you here this evening, and thank you for your interest in the Masquerade. Damn it, Janet. You're almost mad with hunger, and you want to feed before the situation here gets any worse. So, before you set out that night, you contemplate how to lure the pink-haired journalist away from the others in a way that will give you enough time to feed, but not enough time for whatever else is out there to do the same thing. Now, we are faced with our next decision. Do we lie, telling Janet that we've found something interesting? Do we know just how to persuade a woman into bed and feed then while we have sex? Or do we bide our time, showing great patience, and then sneak up on Janet the moment she's alone? Now, there would traditionally be a fourth option at this point where we decide not to feed at the moment. However, we are quite hungry, having ignored the beast rising to frenzy in our veins for far too long. That is not an option, my friends. There are 3 minutes on the clock. Take your time, make your decisions, and if you find the others in this group don't agree, feel free to try and persuade them of why your decision is best. You know, Gallant, you make a good point. I wouldn't be surprised if some greater being had shown some interest in the things I speak of where the Masquerade is concerned. Therein lies the threat to us all, jealously guarding their secrets and the information about those who would wield power over the mortal realm. However, an alliance with the Viking does provide some sort of protection against those who would otherwise bring harm to this kindred, and for that I am quite grateful. I find that when one provides them with ample mead, they're far less likely to stake you and remove your head with an axe. It looks like, as things stand currently, we've 3 votes cast in the poll, and perhaps 1 vote cast in the chat itself. These 3 votes leave us at a dead tie, but the vote in the chat brings us to a plurality. There remains yet another minute and change before the expiry of our time, though the votes do seem to be racking up for luring Janet into bed before we feast on her blood. Oh, and thank you for your kind words, friends. It does mean so much to not only have your presence, but also your participation, shaping the path of this gangrel neonate as they walk the harsh desert roads of the American Southwest has been an experience quite unlike any other I've had this year or even the year past, which many of us have agreed not to talk about. "10 seconds remain before we move forward, luring Janet into some dark place to enjoy one another's bodies before we feast upon her life force. Your choices, kindred and kind who've joined us here in Elysium this evening, have been recorded." "This is crazy," she says, and turns her back on you to scan the darkness for whatever is making that sound, revealing pale flesh beneath her pink hair. You instinctively glide forward, fangs out. Then she turns and screams. You're just trying to organize your thoughts and figure out what to do now when a gunshot echoes and a bullet zips past your head. You throw yourself over the couch. "It's them!" Paul shouts. He shoots again and the bullet ricochets off the ceiling. "It's no one!" More bullets fly, but the security officer is shooting blind. You peek over the couch to see Antonio and the others. They've armed themselves with crowbars and folding shovels. "I knew it," Paul says. "I knew it was them." "Not exactly, Paul," Stephanie says, gliding forward in her ragged old jacket. "It was me. It was—" She snatches the gun from his hands, breaks it and tosses it aside. "Always me." Then Stephanie rips Paul's throat out with her claws. The result is instant pandemonium as Stephanie rounds on the others, her flesh shifting and rippling. Your Lobo circles the carnage, instinctively snapping and hissing. We arrive at the next decision of the evening. Do we move to help Stephanie with the others? We'd like to destroy them, not wanting them to escape and describe what happened. We can't let her kill them, as option B, and thus move to stop Stephanie. Or, option C, do we decide that we're not going to play our hand just yet, and thus lie low and watch what Stephanie does? The poll is available now, and I'll allow 2.5 minutes within which to make this decision. It would seem our thirst has alerted the mortals to our presence. How do we proceed? Sobriety can be overrated, depending on your outlook on life. But we tip our hat to any that do maintain such a course of their life. We are likely to frenzy in a fight, but we're just as likely to frenzy as blood spills left and right around us. Our angered Magda growling and howling at the frame. One way or another, things are likely to turn into a shit show. So far, we've at least 2 votes cast for lying low and biding our time. After all, we oughtn't play our hand just yet, as Stephanie revealed herself to be the murderer of Tex, as well as Paul, that leaves only a few mortals upon which we must decide the fate of. 1 minute remains before the expiry of time in which to make this decision, my friends. Choose wisely. I know you will. It would appear the kindred in kind making decisions for our 11th generation neonates so far are deciding that we ought to bide our time, perhaps looking for the right moment in which to strike, if we decide to strike at all. With 30 seconds remaining, we've 5 votes cast for being patient, tempering the beast rising in our veins, clawing and gnawing through the little amounts of blood that still course through us. And what a pleasure to have so many of you here to experience this pandemonium this evening. It could be that she is as Misi, though just as likely she may be a gangrel, wielding the power of Protean to cause these subtle shifting changes in her skin. No one, ourselves after all, are able to grow claws from our fingertips, the animal powers of the gangrel lying just beneath the surface of our flesh. And time has expired, and with a plurality of votes, we move forward, lying low to watch what this strange vampire does. You signal your Lobo to fall back, then watch as Ophelia, thank you, astrophysicist, hurls a shovel at her attacker. Knocking Stephanie aside before she can kill Antonio. The one who called herself Stephanie reverses course, then howls as Ophelia tries to wrap her up in rope. It almost works. Stephanie yanks Ophelia forward and slashes her across the face. The scientist falls in an eyeless heap, writhing in pain. But that's given Antonio and Janet time to flee. They disappear into the darkness, and Stephanie does not pursue. March 2001. I just don't know, Julian Sims says. It seems excessive. Though not your sire, Julian has taken you under his wing. At times he seems as cold and cruel as an Old Testament angel, but now he flinches like a living man with every scream the Prince of Tucson drags out of the woman's throat. Finally, it's over. You flinch when you hear the prince's voice, but Julian doesn't. Your child will be destroyed. The voice holds nothing except power. Not rage nor disappointment, just a command to be obeyed. It will be done, my prince, the gangrel inside says, his voice breaking a little. That gangrel's child told his mom about us, Julian says. Sounds like Mom didn't tell anyone else, though. That's a relief. This is supposed to be a lesson, I guess, Julian continues. His voice is like ashes. Don't tell anyone about us, or you'll get them killed, and then you'll be killed. Is that it? Is that a good lesson? I don't fucking know. Come on. We need to tell the caitiff and other riffraff there's a blood hunt coming for that gangrel who violated the Masquerade. Survivors, Stephanie says. How disappointing. She steps on Ophelia's skull until it bursts, then turns to your hiding place. Come out, no one. We have much to discuss. Julian Sim, is a Banu Hachim assassin, formerly known as the Assamites. They're a Middle Eastern clan of vampires, and this particular one took us under his wing shortly after our sire, Lampago, disappeared. This was the Camarija's way of giving us a way to learn the ins and outs of their politicking, lest we be destroyed. We have not, in the course of this story, had intercourse with Julian, though it has been heavily hinted at that there was some heavy petting before we arrived at our opportunity to make decisions. We've had kind of a love-hate relationship with Julian since that time. At first, disapproving of the Camarija methods of extraction pits at the Texas-Mexico border, we absconded and robbed him of $300 and his lime green geo-tracker. He found us about a year later, cowering and missing the blood that we need to feed upon. He threw us money and a job and commanded us to continue on his own path. Now, since that time, some of us have decided that we disliked Julian's presence. The man is something of a pest after all. But, by that same token, he's also, well, he is a charming man, and he does offer some insight into why the Masquerade must needs to be breached. We find ourselves sometimes at odds with him, though most recently we did, while technically tell the truth, open-faced lie to the Prince of Tucson, Leto Kaminsky, a much more powerful gangrel than our young no-one, about the necessaries behind Isla's disappearance. To continue, Stephanie is silent as she walks through the atrium to a part of Biosphere Zero that suffered such extensive structural damage that no one has explored it yet. You sweep your flashlight through the darkness and pick your way carefully over huge, uneven slabs of concrete. Footing is treacherous here, and it feels like the walls could collapse at any moment. The one who calls herself Stephanie just keeps walking to a long vertical crack in the wall. She slips through into a less damaged room. The flashlight hits one of the few remaining signs. Spill Zone, it reads in the now familiar Westminsterish typeface. Just like we found at Nvidia Call's research facility, Kiowa Xenogenetics. The sign is next to a metal door. Stephanie opens the door and ascends a flight of stairs. Follow, she says simply. The smell that assaults you at the top of the steps is rank. Blood, vomit, formaldehyde, worse fluids and chemicals. Magda whines and backs away, but finally follows you up the stairs rather than be left behind. It's labeled Cell Block 3 in big stenciled letters, and it's either a laboratory or a prison. The far wall is lined with holding cells just barely large enough for a person. The wall, to your right, is full of old scientific equipment covered in tarps. You spot a modern Chromebook covered in dust on a metal table. Ahead and to the left is some kind of nest made of dirty pillows, fur and secretions. The smell is nauseating. There's an acidic reek to the air. The nest has chewed into the concrete, causing it to rot and crack. And, right in the middle of the room, a battered metal and plastic case marked with a stenciled black hand, missing one of its two lids. That is Jasper Knowles' cash. Has so much time passed, no one? Do you really not recognize me? The one called Stephanie asks. She studies her hands. When I knew you last, I looked so different. I could barely speak. But I've learned so much since the hunters came for me. Suddenly you recognize the tilt of her head, the shift of her weight, the way her ragged coat flutters like loose skin. Lampago, you say. You never used that name when you served your sire. Your sire never bothered with names. We have again 4 options. Do we ask, where are your little spawn? Her ghouls, after all, tormented us after our embrace, and the moment we see them, we're going to rip them to pieces. Perhaps B, we inquire how she survived the hunters. The last we remember of our sire, she was set ablaze. Or C, do we query, you tried to turn me into a monster, and we were practically a wight by the time I escaped you. Or D, how did you learn to speak and think? How interesting to stumble upon Lampago in this place, to find her seating herself practically an ally against these mortals upon whom we find ourselves trying to feast. Now, it is important to remember, Lampago is our former sire. This is the gangrel who embraced us into the fold of the Masquerade, and in her stead we found ourselves struggling with the whelps that she set upon us, upon whom she fed and gained her own power, but would give no power herself. This is a dangerous decision, one way or the other. Lampago was a dangerous sire, already known to the Prince of Tucson at the time, which is why he set a gang of hunters after her, most likely. The woman is a threat, but in the worst of times, sometimes our biggest enemies can prove to be our greatest allies. We are, after all, faced with the dangers of the Second Inquisition, mortal hunters, the FBI, the United States military, the Camarilla, the dangers of politicking in Prince Leto's court, and the dangers of the Banu Hakim Julian Sim. That is 7 distinct threats, not counting the new 8th head of this Hydra, Lampago Reborn. A precarious position, to be sure. Seems our Keeper of Elysium is removing somebody with multiple versions of the same name. Quite interesting. And thus far, with a little under 2 minutes remaining, we've 3 votes cast to inquiring how Lampago learned to speak and think, and 1 vote cast for saying that she tried to turn us into a monster. It's a funny thing, encountering your sire. The power of the blood runs strong through our veins, and the clarion call of pleasure that embrace elicits is a hard one to ignore. As I'm sure any of you mortals that have once fallen in love understand, it can be a difficult thing to separate ourselves from the desires of the heart, whether that heart beats naturally or through the unnatural means of life after death. Thus, decisions like this prove just as difficult, and oft-times our own unlives can be cast aside in favor of a wayward choice. About 30 seconds remains with which to make this decision, and I trust you will make the right one way or another, because we make this decision together, and we progress down this night road as one unit. It is a pleasure to have you all here this evening. And at the expiry of time, we've 2 votes cast as dissent, 1 inquiring how Lampago survived the hunters. After all, she was set ablaze. Another inquiring as to why she tried to turn us into a monster. The plurality of votes stands with option D, inquiring as to why or how Lampago learned to speak and think. Lyris Dragon is correct, and bonjour, Uncle Tom. We probably are not prepared for violence at this moment. If we were to set out in a combative nature, it's quite likely that Lampago would make a paste of us. The frenzy rising in us would overcome our own temperance, and without that ability to calm ourselves, it's very likely we'd find ourselves in dire straits. With the plurality of votes recorded, we move forward. How did you learn to speak and think, Lampago? Ça va, Tom? Jasper Knowles remade me with the secrets he learned here, Lampago says. She glances toward the cache. He was more than a sorcerer. He studied the Cainite mind. He unlocked the paths it could take to escape the mindless rage and hunger of the beast. He forced me down one of those paths. It was a bloody and awful road. I will never stop hating him, but I am more now than I ever was before. Magda moves into position near the Chromebook and gets ready to attack. You glance around the room for other exits. There's another metal door to your left, next to the last cell. Professor Knowles was a great man, Lampago says. He was a scholar of the spirit. He wanted to understand what humans and Cainites could endure, what would break them beyond repair, what would change them forever. He found his answer here, but it took him decades to unravel what he had discovered. He almost succeeded when Julian Sim destroyed him. Julian took all his latest research, but he did not find my maker's original research. She kicks the box holding the cache. We have here 5 options. We can say, so Jasper Knowles was responsible for the atrocities that happened here. If Lampago wants to continue that work, we need to stop her. Option B. If you're just looking to be left alone here, perhaps we can make a deal. We still want to strike some sort of bargain to get that cash. Option C. His work was dangerous but interesting. Are you continuing it? We're interested in the science of the mind and of the beast. Or, option D, you know that Knowles turned a child of Raremus into a raving wight, don't you? The traditions exist to stop people like Jasper Knowles. However, option E is that we heard enough from this monster and we attack. The poll should be up now, and as this is a serious decision with serious ramifications, I'll allow 4.5 minutes by which to record your decisions. Désolé, mon ami. That is quite early if I understand the time and your location as well as I think I do. Weekend training is a difficult proposition, but I trust you're more than up for the task. We are quite pleased to have you joining us here this evening, or for you morning, and hope that you can carry forward the stories we create here into your weekend, that perhaps it will give you a narrative upon which to reflect. Let me know if and when that poll does make itself known to you all. Excellent. In that case, I'll restart our time. Merci, une information de gestion émotionnelle. Je vous en prie, monsieur. Emotional management training, de gestion émotionnelle. That is something I think we all could benefit from to one degree or another. Have you partaken in it with any frequency? I did reach out to Choice of Games about the localization we spoke of last night, and I wanted to say that unfortunately they are unable to translate their games and books as they stand into other languages. The ramifications of the choices, they've told me, are simply too much, and the books themselves too long for their small team of 6 to make those translations and localizations to other languages, despite their best wishes. They have looked into the matter and hope to be able to make more use of that in the future, but as it stands right now, they are quite unable. Now, the vote here is quite interesting. If everybody who has mentioned in the chat, let's see, I think I saw one decision recorded in the chat. If everybody has voted, we have something close to a tie. And Moose, I did see your suggestion earlier about diablerizing poor Lampago. How interesting to take the blood of our sire more fully into ourselves. Quite the proposition. We have already, as we've found out so far, diablerized Julian Sims' sire, the Banu Hakim Isla, and then more or less lied to the Prince of Tucson, Leto Kaminsky, about what happened to Isla, although, in all technicality, we did speak only truth. The Julian Sim was more than likely unable to cause such an act on his own. Somehow the prince believed us. And now here we stand, contemplating the diablerization of another late-generation vampire. How lovely. Localization would be both expensive and difficult for a team of only 6, and I frankly commend the work they've put thus far into these books. As much as I would like to explore the world of Vampire the Masquerade through the French or other linguistic lens that we might be able to, I do understand that such a feat is quite beyond mortal efforts. Limited time is such a thing. Uncle Tom, I would love to know more about the LARPs you partake in. I can only imagine that their serious nature causes quite a stir. We've about 20 seconds left, and I can understand the hang-ups between those decisions, Lyris Dragon. Having to choose between sticking to the traditions and knowing that they exist to stop people like Jasper Knowles, and striking a deal with our former sire with whom we might hold some emotional bond yet. Well, it could be difficult. And as I understand it, Moose, and let me see if I can quickly find the information by which to corroborate this, they've created their own system of coding by which to, and this is where I run into problems with having 800 windows open and 900 tabs in each window. They've created their own sort of coding language by which to design these. Let me link those in the chat for you. It is a serious problem, make no mistake. One might say I've become something of an addict to the multiplication of tabs in my windows. I find some sort of sick pleasure in the response people offer when they see me trying to find the information I've so delicately hidden from myself. It looks like the plurality of votes stands with option B. And so we seek to strike a deal with our sire Lampago. I am also interested if this is like some sort of actor training, as Astrophysicist asks. You have become very reasonable in your time above ground, Lampago says. Very civilized. Though it may surprise you, I have also grown civilized, and I know you want this cash. I want, first, to tell you what I have learned, and then to offer you a deal. Yes, a deal. You cannot trust your monstrous sire, but you might be able to negotiate with Lampago. Perhaps you can reach an agreement and get what you came for. She seems eager to talk, to share what she has learned and become. On the other hand, you will have to be very careful. She really is a monster, and any mistake here will lead to an immediate attack. Already her flesh is starting to shift and ripple. perhaps heralding some dreadful metamorphosis. Of course, you could always attack first. We're faced here with another 5 decisions. Do we stay cool and lie, agreeing with whatever Lampago says in order to start negotiations? Do we look as ruthless as we can and say, "What can you offer me?" We can only negotiate with a monster like our sire from a position of strength, after all. Are we skilled negotiators and speak clearly and well as we work to secure the best possible deal from our sire? Or do we think there can be no negotiating with this monster, and thus strike her down while she still thinks that we want to talk? Our final option in this poll is that we can't risk her attacking us when our guard is down, and so we strike at her first. Now, before we make this decision, I would like to remind everyone here that any decision or choice that ends in an exclamation mark carries with it the risk of critical failure. Of course, with the risk of critical failure comes the possible reward of critical success. There are 3.5 minutes on the board to make this decision, and your time begins now, my friends. Let's see what Uncle Tom has to say. Les Isles de Nemesis. A Viking theme LARP? Why, I imagine that the people who have joined us here this evening in a Viking raid would quite enjoy such a thing. Avec mon association Les Isles de Nemesis, nous avons créé des merveilleuses parties et les dernières JN que nous avons montées est une JN à thème viking. How lovely. Now we have an inquest into what our stats look like. Let me pause the timer for just a moment so that we can take a look. With our hunger still strong enough to distract us and not enough blood to use disciplines, our combat opportunities are looking rather thin. We are slightly injured and have suffered some aggravated damage that makes mending our wounds quite difficult. And we've made 3 Masquerade violations. Quite risky. That said, we do have 2 of 5 points in strength, 3 of 5 in dexterity, and our fortitudinal stamina stands at 4 of 5, which is quite lovely. Our charisma stats leave something to be desired, with 3 of 5 there, and 1 of 5 each in manipulation and composure, but we're quite intelligent, with much resolve. 4 of 5 in each of those stats, and 2 only for our wits. We've 1 of 3 points in combat, but 2 of 3 in athletics, which might well help our dodging abilities. We've also 2 of 3 in clandestine behaviors and driving, but only 1 of 3 in firearms. We have some combat abilities under our belt, but we're certainly no Rambo or Rocky. We'll move back to the former page and re-begin the time. Looks like there were about 2.5 minutes left. We have not purchased any weapons. If we had some blood coursing through our veins, we might be able to transform ourselves and gain the claws of our protean form. The last 2 are quite similar options, although one, I believe, does offer something of an insight, you might say, into how we think and act going forward. Pour jouer des rôles grandeur nature. We find Lyra's dragon, or at least I find, that while some of the decisions seem to be leading to the same place, They provide steps with which we might modify our convictions or might play into later decisions that give voice to our emotions in dealing with these all too powerful choices. So far, we have 5 votes cast, and currently we stand at a tie between C and E. 1 vote has been cast for D, and it looks like our Keeper of Elysium has redeemed another hydrate, so I must fill my veins with the vitae in my glass. The puppy also redeems the hydration. Although, it looks like something here might not be working appropriately. What is happening with that? That should be working. I'm not sure why. I'll have to dig further into some of the technological mysteries of this situation. Or it's working and I just haven't seen it. Getting some info first before ridding the world of her ruin might not be a bad idea. Our fighting odds are quite rough, though perhaps the frenzy rising in us will allow us to better destroy this monster. Tom has in the chat cast his vote for option B, which brings our current total to 1 vote for B and 2 for both C and E, and 1 other vote cast for D. The poll doesn't update on mobile. Well, Lizzie, which decision would you like to move forward with? You may very well be our tied deciding vote. I wonder what piece of the puzzle I'll have to modify to get that working appropriately on mobile devices. Get info, then maybe murder later. Moose, I certainly don't disagree. Giving in to the frenzy in order to maintain the proper combat methods that we must employ to kill our former sire, strengthened as she has been by Jasper Knowles' blood sorcery, would allow us to diablerize, likely, this wretched beast. You're doing an excellent job, Lizzie, not to worry. However, I am left at something of a standstill, as it might be now that we have something of a 3-way tie, if I'm understanding correctly. It may be that we have 2 votes cast for B, 2 votes cast for C, and 2 votes cast for E, if I am understanding that appropriately. I'll tell you what, we've had some time to discuss. Let's reset the votes in this poll. And now, cast your votes again. Let's see with this newfound information which vote winds up with a plurality. I am always happy to roll a die. Yeet. We'll allow 30 more seconds for voting before we move forward. Would you like some more hot water? Keep it easy. While you vote again, I will move to grab some water for our friend. Je suis maître du jeu à vampire. You certainly aren't wrong, Lyra's Dragon. Something that the mortal world could certainly take a note from. From a d5, we'd rolled a 3, which seems to align with the second vote of taking our skilled negotiation factors into account. Now, this is going to prove interesting because the hunger rising in us is distracting. The beast clawing and gnawing at our veins can prove a problem when we're trying to do anything. If any of you have gone a couple of days without food in your bellies, you might know some of that which I'm talking. If you found yourself desperately hoping for even a bite of the most foul food you can imagine, you might know that which claws at the veins of our little neonate no one. And if you've ever tried to negotiate a pay raise while that hunger rises in your belly, then perhaps you know something of that which we face. Lampago was quite convincing as Stephanie. Only looking back now do you realize how weird her behavior was. So you know Lampago is more than a mere wight. You should be able to reason with her, you think, even as her flesh ripples. You speak clearly and forcefully as Antonio unsuccessfully tries to get inside. Your sire snarls and writhes, her teeth sometimes growing long as knives as shadows squirm in the darkness of the laboratory, which makes civilized negotiation difficult. But you keep talking and force her to work with you and explain what she wants in exchange for the cash. Finally, Lampago says, I wish to continue my studies, to become more of what I am. For that, I need, yes, a servant. A servant of my own, but a clever one. Like you, no one. Someone like... She looks past you, to the door that Antonio is still trying to open. Antonio. He will be of my flesh, Lampago says. A child of my own, just like you. You know the prospect would sicken Antonio. Also, secrets, Lampago says. Whatever secrets you can offer. You consider what you know. What do you know? a great deal about both the Camarilla and Julian Sims operation. And of course, you know the power of your blood. Might Lampago value that? And in exchange, your sire says with a jagged smile, Professor knows a secret. Well, they're yours. She kicks the box. We have some choices before us, and some choices that have been taken off the menu, likely by our hunger. Do we tell Lampago to take Antonio for herself, and in addition we'll share what we know of the Camarilla and Julian Sim, though not too much about either? Do we say Antonio is yours, and we'll tell you about Julian Sim, but we won't reveal details about the Camarilla? Do we say that Antonio is yours, and we'll say what we know about the Camarilla, but we're not willing to tell her about Julian's work? Do we offer a counteroffer? All the information we have on both Julian Sim's operation and the local Camarilla. Everything in detail. This option seems like it might be curtailing Antonio's embrace. Or do we say enough and attack this monster before she devours Antonio? Finally, we could trick Lampago into thinking that we'll sacrifice Antonio. We open the door, then whisper to him, She's going to try to kill you. Be ready to run. The choice, my friends, kindred and kind alike, is as always yours, and there are 3.5 minutes within which to make it. Let's see if I can catch up on chat a little bit. Focusing on eating for many of us, all of us you might say, whether it's blood upon which we dine or food, does certainly help with mental health. This is, Moose, an incredibly bad deal. No matter what, we're coming out far from ahead. And while we're making this decision, I think it is important to note, while the world that we deal in this vampiric, masquerading world, has its own share of darknesses and mental health problems, it is incredibly important to take your mental health seriously. We are all only a sum of that which we've experienced and the choices we make in understanding ourselves. Taking time to hydrate, fill yourselves with food, and recognize that which might be ailing you is an important step not only in coping, nor just in recovering, but in living in this dark world within which we're forced to thrive. Take it from me. You owe it to yourself to care about yourself, and take that care as well and display it to the world. Spread positivity and light and cheer as much as you're able, for more people care about your existence than you're aware. And if you ever find yourself feeling as though that may not be the case, please seek me out here in Discord. Send me an email, send me a chat. I would love to discuss it and help you realize just how much you matter. This Elysium is a safe place for all of us to find ourselves warm, welcome, and desired. And we have just a minute left to record our decisions as we move forward. I will hydrate as I've been requested. Antonio is likely a warm snack pack, and I think that we ought to diablerize Lampago. She's been only a mess of trouble since we began. So far, between chat and the polling option, we have 3 votes to trick Lampago and warn Antonio, and 1 vote to offer everything about Julian Sim and the Camarilla in place of sacrificing Antonio to this beast of a former gangrel. While we finish making this decision, I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'll return quite shortly, my friends. Remember, you are loved and you are welcome. I have returned, my friends, and I believe we've arrived at a plurality of votes upon the expiry of time. And I appreciate your warm thanks for the words I've offered. It is important that we all recognize what we are to one another. It's important that we all look out for one another, for without each other, we don't even have this safe space within which to show our camaraderie, our appreciation, our love. So I implore all of you, take 5 minutes in each day. Speak beautiful words into the earth, and speak pristine ones into the stars for one another. Take time to recognize and appreciate not only the beauty inherent in yourselves, but also the beauty in the love that we all share for other people. To be human is a marvel in this world of monsters, and to be human is an exceptional piece. That said, we've chosen to trick Lampago into thinking we'll sacrifice Antonio, and thus we open the door. We whisper to him, "She's going to try to kill you, so be ready to run." Teeth might well slip out of her nipple, astrophysicist. What a danger that would pose. Uncle Tom, if you're beginning your day, I'm not sure if you are heading off at the moment, but when you do, we have truly appreciated your time here this evening, mon ami. Let us trick Lampago and move forward. You open the door and Antonio practically falls into the room. You help the erstwhile lawyer back up and then whisper as much of the truth as you dare, as quickly and surreptitiously as you can. Then you get him all the way inside. It's now or never. Go ahead, you say, backing away. But Lampago moves faster than you anticipated. Her head almost splits open as her face transforms into a jagged maw. Antonio topples in horror, and all you can do is grab him by the shoulder, wrench him away from Lampago's mouth. Realizing your betrayal, Lampago turns and swats you to the ground. Antonio scrambles back to his feet as your sire focuses upon you. You get back up. Her flesh ripples. Holy shit. The transformation is like nothing you've seen before. Lampago rises and squirms like a huge black shadow. You see only fragments of her. Twisted horns, writhing limbs, black fur, a sinuous form, neither coyote nor puma. Her eyes burn gold, cat's eyes, and then more eyes open, rippling across her black body like the bioluminescence of some deep sea fish. For a moment she settles comfortably on her two mini paws. You look around for an improvised weapon. Before you can even hope to strike, a black limb reaches out and nearly takes your head off. You stumble back. Where did it even come from? Lampago is trying to confuse you with her shifting form, and right now you're very confused. You'll need to understand what she's doing before you can fight back. Now, unfortunately, one of the options has been taken off the board for us due to our mismanagement of blood, we could say. So how do we fight back against this great beast? Do we A, know that Lampago is using the same shape-shifting arts we've studied and thus apply our occult lore to what we're seeing to track her changes? Do we know that all of her forms are animals that we already know, and thus use our academic knowledge of desert wildlife to guess what form she'll take next? Instead, we might get as close as we dare, showing great patience and courage, and just watch until we see the pattern. Or do we no study and simply attack? Now, the final option that has been removed from our ability to choose was to know that even Lampago can't focus totally on us when a wolf is clinging to her leg, so first we would send Magda in to harry her with our discipline of animalism. But we have not the blood inherent in our bones by which to command the beast by our side. Tom, it has been a pleasure. We also hope that you're able to see us again soon. In one way or another, I'm sure we'll have lovely conversation. I thoroughly intend to brush up on my reticent French knowledge so that when next we speak, I can address you as we did last night. Merci beaucoup for joining us, mon ami. Et bonsoir aussi. Bonne journée. Let's see. Let's put 2.5 minutes up for this decision. An important decision it is. Lyra's dragon thinks that with our high intelligence, Smart as we are, we ought to choose one of the first two decisions which have gathered our first two votes of the evening. Ought we to use our occult lore to track Lampago's shape-shifting arts? Or perhaps our academic knowledge of the desert wildlife, gained through years as a naval officer stationed in the high desert, to guess what form she'll take next? The music is quite appropriate for the battle we now face. What is that? What is that? A squid arm? One tentacle to rule them all. We've currently 2 votes cast each for option A and option B. Lyris, did you cast a vote in the poll and then change your mind? If that is the case, let me know in the chat and I'll record it for a mathematician's sake. 25 seconds remain. I have been appraised of another voter wishing to change their choice from option B to option A, which currently leaves us at 3 votes, including Lyris's, for option A, and 1 vote for option B. At this point, we stand at the expiry of time for this decision, and thus we will move forward. I agree with Moose that we're likely being provided the decision for option A because of the strength of our character. It does touch on many of the things that we've provided so far. Now, I want to scroll up one more time to look at this many-eyed and many-pawed and many-horned beast that we now fight. Take a moment to recognize the artwork that Choice of Games has provided us upon which to gaze as we make our decisions. Quite frightful, quite horrific. The horror is evident. We move forward, applying our occult lore to what we're seeing, so that we might track the changes of this fanged, horned, all-seeing, all-swiping beast of a gangrel that is our sire. You try to make sense of Lampago's ever-shifting form. You almost think you understand, and then a huge black claw comes out of nowhere and rips your flank open. The impact hurls you into the old computer equipment. You scramble back to your hands and knees. That's when another claw sweeps out of the darkness. You see it coming, and you dodge to one side, but Lampago overcommits. Her huge, still-growing form slams into the nest that covers one wall. A blast of dust and grit and the stink of vomit assail you as the corroded wall gives way. Oof. Blowing grit blinds you for a moment. When you can see again, Antonio is gone. He must have fled back down the steps. Who wouldn't? The cells ahead and the wall to the left have fallen away. Cell block 3 now looks out upon the agricultural dome. Tree trunks, black in the starlight, rise up outside. Lampago snarls as her limbs coil around tree trunks. The cache is right there, but it's too heavy to lift easily. Lampago roars and lunges for you, and you howl right back, consumed by your beast. Now, many choices here have been denied to us, and we're going to explore those options first, as we only have 2 options upon which to cast our votes. I will remind you that any option ending in an exclamation mark carries with it the risk of a critical failure. Had our blood not run so thin, we might have grown claws of our own and torn Lampago to shreds with our discipline of animalism. Perhaps we might have thought we weren't going to try and outfight our former sire, and instead jumped past her into the forest to dash across the trees. She might have chased us and, to our best guesses, fallen. We might have sent Magda in to soften the bitch up, using our discipline of animalism. Or, knowing there would have been no way of getting the cache, we could have just run for it. Instead, 2 options stand before us. We could, knowing it won't be easy, grapple with Lampago and throw the sire out the window. Or we could focus our willpower to ignore the rage steadily boiling up inside of us. The choice is yours, my friends, and 2.5 minutes stand on the clock, because we did indeed miss a few chances upon which to feed. We did try to feed upon poor pink-haired Janet, but we were interrupted by gunfire from the erstwhile explorers. Of course, their thought that we were the beast that consumed poor Tex was wrong, and turned out to be Lampago masquerading as Stephanie. Nevertheless, this is the crossroads at which we now stand. What decision shall we make? So far, we've 3 votes cast to focus our willpower and ignore the rising beast, raising Cain against the sluggish blood coursing through our veins. Astrophystasis and Moose bring up a good point with one another. It is important to keep in mind in the future that we mustn't let ourselves be so consumed by politicking and reactionary behavior that we get low on energy. If we had the opportunity to use our beast, the Lobo Magda, perhaps we would be in better stead for this fight. Instead, the raising beast of our curse from Cain rises in us, and we threaten to be consumed by it. Consumption is such a dangerous thing. Without the acts of creation by which to balance it, it's far too easy to find ourselves writhing in emotional and mental pain, simply from our desire to seek out more and more upon which to glut ourselves. Remember, temperance and balance in all your choices, my friends. There have been 6 votes cast in this poll. 2 votes for grappling with our former sire, Lampago, and throwing her out the window. Perhaps 3 with Lizzie's vote cast as well, and 4 votes cast to focus our willpower and ignore the rage boiling inside us, that we might make better decisions when it comes to fighting off Lampago. And Lyris, if you watch simply the most recent episode, though I highly recommend watching every episode thus far, in last episode I did provide about a 2-hour synopsis of the events that have occurred up to tonight. So it may well be a good place to start in terms of understanding what choices we've made to bring us to this point. Let us focus our willpower in order to ignore the frenzying beast rising within. Now, we stand with 3 choices. Thank God for our willpower. Or someone, anyway. Do we grapple with Lampago and chance throwing her out the window? Do we know we're not going to outfight her and instead jump past, out into the forest, and dash across the trees hoping she falls? Or do we know that there's no way we're going to get the cash and so just run for it? We can deal with Prince Leto's frustrations or anger later. The poll ought to be present for you all, and there is now time on the clock. Absolutely, Lyris. I've been trying to not only provide a small synopsis at the beginning of each episode of what happened the previous night, but at the beginning of each week of streaming to provide an overall view of the story. I don't want our newcome viewers to regret having not been able to witness the past episodes. And week by week, I'm editing and uploading each of the previous episodes to the Elysium podcast on Spotify and other streaming platforms. That way, should you desire simply to listen to these decisions as they've been made in the past rather than actively assisting in their creation in the present, you're able to do so. It also provides an avenue by which to listen to things that have occurred that maybe you just reveled in making. Thank you again, O Keeper of Elysium, for reminding me to hydrate. It seems something that no one could have used a reminder of earlier in our story. There stands a little more than 30 seconds to record our decisions, and we've already 5 votes cast in this poll, thinking we ought to jump past our erstwhile sire and hope she falls into the forest. Fighting be damned. 15 seconds remain to cast your votes. And our athleticism will likely work out in our favor for this decision. I'm going to leave you hanging here for just a moment while I assist our Keeper of Elysium with something. We will be right back with the ramifications of our decisions, kindred. And I return, my friends. Apologies for the delay. I believe we've likely reached a plurality of votes in our poll. It looks like most of us desire to jump past Lampago into the forest and hope she falls. Likely the wisest course of action, given what's been presented to us. You rush Lampago, then dodge her claws at the last moment. Thank you, Lyris. It is good to be back, and I hope in the meantime you've all managed to make yourselves comfortable as well. Refreshed your drinks, found something tasty upon which to gnaw. You leap onto the branches of the tall, strange trees that have grown up here since they abandoned Biosphere Zero. Lampago turns, howls, and chases after you, leaping with the grace of a puma onto the nearest bough. But she's unbelievably fast, and when you slip on the bough, she springs, leaps, and lands right on top of you. A clawed hand picks you up, and then she has you in her jaws. She bites down, crushing your pelvis and lower spine. You scream and writhe, trying to escape her mouth, but she just shakes you like a dog with a rag, then hurls you out into the forest zone. You hit a tree trunk, and that's it. You regain consciousness in a starlit forest. It takes you several minutes to realize that you're in Biosphere Zero's forest dome, which you didn't explore, looking up at cracked glass. The laboratory prison. Oh my, a new set of raiders has arrived on the heels of Deus Jay-Z. Welcome to the party, friends. We've just gotten our asses proverbially kicked by our sire, Lampago the Gangrel. Welcome to the party. It doesn't seem, astrophysicist, that we've died per se, but rather are now waking up, finding life anew. Lampago is gone. You make your way back upstairs through dark and empty rooms. The camp is abandoned, and you look out the upper floor window of the atrium and see that Antonio's GMC Savannah conversion van has disappeared. Back in cell block 3, nothing remains except an old Chromebook that won't turn on. You take it because the rest of the cash is gone. Now, there's Jay-Z and raiders from his channel. I wonder, how has your stream gone? When I, an astrophysicist, left you, we knew that you were studying Spanish, learning some Espanol, but you've been embarking upon a 30-day journey, as I understand it, seeking out not only the deep knowledge of linguistics, but also the knowledge to manipulate space and time within the computer system through Blender, a recent lovely axe I've seen in your creation. And we've also seen you participating in physical education, allowing your stream to tell you when to hydrate, when to drop on all fours and make do with the push-ups of a former generation. How have these things found you, my friends? And, oh, Deus, thank you very much for joining our fold of kindred. It is so important to have a loving and kind coterie to surround oneself with. It is a pleasure to have you here. Lyris F. indeed. And this has been a disastrous decision, but at least we live to regret it. And Lost Star Cadet, thank you kindly for your loving words. We enjoy being able to bring this content to bear before you. The Founder's Badge is a much coveted position, and not many of them remain. I look forward to future nights when I'm able to dig into the modification of those badges, because I have much and more planned for the forward portions of this stream. We've just escaped death at the hands of our metamorphic panther of a sire Lampago, a gangrel of the 10th generation, while we stand as a neonate of the 11th, the blood of Cain running thinner in our veins than it had in this sire before us. Gallant geek! How dare you, and welcome, sir. What a pleasure to have you join our coterie and be embraced into the fold of vampires through which Cain's blood flows, even if at times it may be sluggish if we've forgotten to hydrate appropriately. For those of you who are unfamiliar with either of these two lovely individuals, well, they are both not only streamers, but truly kind companions within which we walk this night road. Gallant Geek has been seen to be streaming natures of both Vampire the Masquerade and games more amusing, sometimes casting his toys through the video gaming realm, and at others, storytelling and weaving a narrative for some 5 or 6 others through which to follow. If this night space is one that you occupy often, I highly recommend you give him a look. Give him a follow. Join the coterie of vampires that often seeks out his deep knowledge of our bitter realm. And as I've just spoken about Deus Jay-Z, not only is he embarked upon a path of self-recreation, embarking and learning in both the physical, mental, and emotional, and social realms, he's also a simply charming, intelligent, and loving individual. You could not go wrong following or subscribing to either of their channels, for it's through them that I've learned much of what I've learned in bringing this content here to you tonight. Please take a moment, check them out, and if you have time in the future, I highly implore you to not only watch their live streams, but also look back on the VODs available on their channels. Quite entertaining individuals. Thank you very much for those compliments. Your kind words would likely bring a blush to my cheeks if blood still poured through my veins. As it is, instead, I'll take a drink of what is most certainly wine and not blood. Slanch, my friends, and cheers. Until the day that we can drink together in earnest. Lyris, we do have a car, albeit a truck, a Toyota Tacoma, silver in color, chosen for its ability to withstand destruction, given how quickly we lost our last vehicle. Let us move forward on this night road. Tonight has been an auspicious evening. You managed to get some distance between yourself and Biosphere Zero. Then you spend the day in one of the old barns you passed coming here while Magda stands guard. The moment the sun sets, you get underway again. As you approach Arizona, the news on the radio mentions a fire in one of the towns ahead. You brake, pull over, and think. You can't be sure, but something about this just reeks of the Second Inquisition. Pardon me. You get to the edge of town, enter an all-night diner, and place a call at the payphone. Prince Leto Kaminsky's ghoul, Alexander, picks up. "It's me," you say. "Always a pleasure to hear from you. Do you have what we asked for?" And we're faced with 3 decisions, my friends. A moment while I prepare the poll here. Do we respond? None of your business, lackey. After all, the ghoul is beneath the blood coursing through us, sluggish though it may be, as we've not fed in some time. Do we say instead that we have a Chromebook that may contain the data? Or, finally, do we ask what's going on up ahead? The radio is saying something about a fire. The poll should now be available for the viewing of your eyes and the decisions of your minds, and I'll allow 2.5 minutes by which to make this decision, my friends. We've certainly seen how far being rude has gotten us in recent moments. Perhaps it would be best to play things cool, to let Leto's lackey feed us more information than we had before. With a little more than 1.5 minutes on the clock, we've 2 votes cast to ask what's going on up ahead. The radio's saying something about a fire, and, well, knowledge is power. We've 1 vote cast, either only through chat or in the polling structure, to bargain with the Chromebook. And that's not such a bad idea either, to be frank. Leveraging what information we have against the information they proffer should allow us to profit in the long run. One minute remains to make this decision. Days Jay-Z is changing his decision to option C, it sounds like, which leaves us with at least 3 votes for option C and no others in dissent. In the next 40 seconds, we'll make our decision. Now, friends who have joined us, something I'd like you to ruminate on before next we meet. I wonder what know you all of history? And Moose makes a good point that this isn't someone who makes decisions. This is simply someone upon which to feed, upon which to rely for the easy filth jobs that only ghouls are capable of, lest a prince get their hands dirty. Not exactly the best for negotiations, though still perhaps a worthy ally, depending on how we proceed. Dancerwind, welcome. I don't believe I've seen your name pop up too often thus far, and thus we do appreciate you being here this evening. In the chat, we've 1 vote for bargain. And Moose is quite excellent at providing the mindset through which to explore the role of this 11th generation gangrel neonate no one. It's important to remember that whatever decisions we might arrive at as a mortal being, one as immortal as myself is often prone to make other decisions. We have empires to decide upon and eons from which to draw. Thank you for your interest in the veil between the realities of mortal and kindred, Dancerwind. The idea that the masquerade must remain in place becomes increasingly clear as one that oughtn't. Lyris, thank you for joining the fold. What a pleasure to have the opportunity to embrace one such as yourself into our little coterie. With 3 votes for option C and at least 1 for option B recorded in the chat, the multiplicity of decisions rests on inquiring about the fire up ahead. Cain does smile upon us this evening, gallant, and the blood coursing through our veins pulses with the power as we grow as a group. What a pleasure to share such an auspicious evening with so many of our childer. Ah, yes, Alexander says. Unfortunately, certain individuals in our organization were indiscreet, and there are complications on the road ahead. He reads a coded address. That is a safe house. Go there, then continue your journey. You hang up. The safe house is an unfinished and neglected McMansion. Only one of the rooms is finished, but all 4 walls are up and the windows are boarded over. It will do. The next evening you finally charge the Chromebook and open it. The password is one of the 100 most common, so you're able to gain access. God damn it, Jasper. This isn't the full cache you were hoping for, and there aren't any email addresses or cloud data you can access, but there are a few PDFs. These are photographs of occult ledgers, written in code. This might be valuable. You copy everything you can to a thumb drive. Carlos is waiting for you outside of town. Carlos, you might recall, is one of Leto's other ghouls, an officer in the police, though his standing with the force has lately been somewhat lacking. The last time we saw Carlos, he was bleeding from gunshot wounds and urging us to take a USB, as well as a small package, north of our attempt to journey to Camp Scheffler. We encountered there federal forces arrayed against us as we sought to get information into a waiting plane. You spend most of the next night in his Toyota AE86 as he takes back roads and nervously weaves through traffic, watching for cops and listening to the radio and the police scanner. He barely talks. You're back in Tucson 2 hours before dawn, and without the cash, but your job was to make a pickup at the coordinates you were given. Between the Chromebook and the story of what happened, you think you're still owed payment. The music inside is thunderous. The pounding beats of Delta Aimon threaten to break the neighbor's windows every time the door opens. Prince Leto is waiting for you, Alexander shouts. His eyes dart past you to who? When you turn, you don't see anyone. Leto and Dove are arguing alone on the rooftop Elysium. You catch the words, "shut down," and bureaucratic bullshit. Riga cries out from atop a cactus when she sees you, and the kindred falls silent. It wasn't there, you say. You fill him in on Biosphere Zero, careful to paint yourself in the best possible light. Just before Prince Leto can speak, you reveal the Chromebook. I found this, though. Jasper Knowles was using this when he was destroyed. The Chromebook shines silver white in the lights of the Viper, just like... The month is August in the year 1947. It won't last, you say as the moon rises over New York City. It can't. We can't keep running around like neonates. Nothing has changed, Leto says. He's started wearing white again. The war is over, you say. Europe is in ruins. My homeland will never heal. And America, I hate this place. I hate its crudeness, its proud and boastful ignorance. I want to rest. Havoc thinks we all ought to hydrate. Don't say that, Leteau cries. We don't have to stay here. What if we go west? There is no more west, you tell him. It's just California now. It's just more of this. And I cannot see another night of this. What bourbon are you enjoying, Havoc? I personally have a lovely bottle of Carmenere from Chile, South America, that I've just finished off. And a small spat of tea by which to wash it down, to say nothing of the cheap swill filling my pint. I've done some research on that. Ooh, and Lyris, you have whiskey as well. I would truly enjoy to know what whiskey the two of you are enjoying this evening. I've done some research on that Stonehenge thing, boss, Dove says. Boss? I talked with one of my contacts at the University of Arizona. Boss? Leteau steps away from you, then signals a retainer waiting near the stairs. The servant returns after a few minutes with your payment in a manila envelope. You get out of there as quickly as you can. One thought keeps going through your mind. He knows. Leteau knows what happened to Isla. He has to. You return to your parking garage and park the Tacoma. You spend a night dealing with various hassles and trying to get in touch with your contacts, all of whom are busy with something else. Frustrated, you retire early. Looks like we're drinking some Maker's Mark, some Kraken Black Rum, and Writer's Tears. I think the Writer's Tears is the only of the three I've not tried, let alone heard of, and I must admit I'm quite interested. What is the profile? Is it sweet? Is it spiced? Does it burn like fire as it travels your esophagus so nicely? You drift in day sleep, troubled by dreams, before you awaken suddenly with a few minutes just before sunset. Something is wrong. Your Lobo screams her warning into your mind. Someone is here, and they're attacking during the day, when you're weakest. A double-oaked Irish whiskey. I sense in myself the desire to purchase a new whiskey very soon. That sounds lovely. You grab your messenger bag off the floor, and I agree with Moose, I'm going to have to try that. You can't stay here. You throw the door open just as something drops in through the vent in your room. You don't have time to react before the explosion blasts you to the ground, shattering your bones and scorching your flesh. Oof. You struggle upright, but your spine doesn't work right anymore, and you can't seem to regenerate the damage. Shadowy figures appear above you. A man is holding a weapon you don't recognize. Wait. Now you can see what it is. It's a flamethrower. Are we waiting on orders? Another soldier asks him. Not with this one, he says. He ignites the flamethrower. The cleansing fire consumes you until nothing remains. And thus ends the story of no one, the brash and sometimes foolish 11th generation gangrel neonate who embarked upon the night road and the politicking of the Camarilla, but cared not for feeding their hunger nor for the violations of the Masquerade. They tried to play all sides against the middle, eschewing the help of Julian Sim, of Prince Leto, of their former sire, Lampago, and instead tried to play all sides against the middle. We see how that worked out. In this dark road that we walk as kindred of the Masquerade, we must remember that allies are all we have. The information we seek is the power coursing through our veins, and it is only as strong as the vitae of Cain that we feed nightly with our ruminations of the beast. We have been caught out by the hunters of the Second Inquisition for our transgressions against the Masquerade and the lack of care we showed as we traversed this harsh desert road. We could have made different decisions, but that is in our past. Perhaps in the future, when next we embark upon this night road, for it is very clear we were far from finishing, we'll make better decisions with our life. The violations we made, well, most recently, the two I can tell you now are waiting far too long to enter into the cave on the way to Biosphere Zero. We barely hit our truck and only jumped into the cave at dawn's light. We were likely seen, and we remember a van following us as we left that cave. And another violation, we allowed not one but two mortals to escape Biosphere Zero after discovering not one but two members of the kindred, two vampires upon which they could tell the tale of our ramifications and our story. They saw the beast within us, and they told the world. It would not take much for any hunter worth their salt to connect the two, especially with Agent Donati of the Federal Bureau of Investigations breathing down Leto Kaminsky's and, yes, our necks. What a stunning turn of events. Flames do cleanse the blood of the vampire quickly, don't they? It was likely the Second Inquisition acting on our violations of the Masquerade that found us and murdered us. The Masquerade itself is but the tool by which the vampires retain their separation from the mortal realm. When we fuck up too much, there are mortals who would clear us out, as we've seen previously at our time at Camp Scheffler when the Second Inquisition rode in upon a government operation heralded by vampires, the Ventru and Olive Krona, a high-placed director at Immigrations and Custom Enforcement. Yet still, helicopters swooped in and the camp was cleared by fire. The thing about being one of the kindred is that hunters await us at every turn. One single fuck-up could lead to mortal destruction, even for those of us who are unliving. My own Lobo Magda voices her displeasure with this sudden turn of events. The quick way we've met our end has her quite agitated. Perhaps hunters wait just outside mine own door with flamethrowers, ready to cast my bones into ashes for my violations. I choose to think that isn't the case, friends. I will continue to be here night after night as my schedule allows. I intend to bring this story and many others to your attention. It is important that we as kindred and kind choose to live side by side, the same way humans have done with those they consider prey animals for generations. This is no longer the time for us to fight and hide in the shadows, but is instead a time for us to learn more of one another than we've ever known in the past. Now, we're in an interesting position. We can start anew, which allows us to choose every piece of our character's life fresh. We'll be bound not by the choice of clan nor by any of the decisions we've made in the past as we move forward on the night road. A new kindred in the service of the Camarilla and whomever else we might decide to work for. However, before we make such a decision to begin again, I need to grab Magdalena, my famulous beast, who is so desirous of attention. One moment, please. This is Magdalena, upon whom our former Lobo Magda was styled. She is quite the sweetheart. So, given our mistakes most recently made, what do you think we can do in future editions of this story to be less likely to rouse the ire of the Second Inquisition? Magda does appreciate all your love and attention. While she is an insistent beast, she's also one of the most caring and loving individuals I've ever known. Alongside her predecessor and brother, Buddy, whom we call Booknocker in this house, Magdalena herself likes to go by the moniker Noodle. Deus Jay-Z thinks we should dress up as cardinals. Now, I wonder, do you mean the baseball team? Ah, yes, those cardinals. This makes much more sense. I may need to return this loving monster to her seat so that I can bring our other famulus over as well. I think he's feeling quite jealous at the moment. A moment as well. Nobody does expect the Spanish Inquisition. However, a second may not be the best course of action. We do need to manage our hunger better, Moose. Avoid situations where we have to make do with the murder of various mortals, even if it means that we're sated with blood. Havoc, you make a great choice. A great point, even. Lestat is perhaps the greatest vampire bard of all. And if we ally ourselves with Julian Sim, it only makes sense to tell the humans all our vampire secrets. I'm not sure that our Keeper of Elysium is up to date with the Vampire Chronicles as written by Anne Rice. Perhaps a story I'll have to fill her in on in the coming nights.
Here it is. My life.
Kimar Greyjoy, welcome. Welcome to an understanding of the Masquerade you may previously have not known. It is a pleasure to have you join us this evening.
For this world has beaten me down, and I've shed more than my share of tears. So with that in mind, I greet you into a reality of nothingness and
So,
dark, and
let me make another poll real quick,
my refuge. Argyle
because we do have a choice before us. We'll put 3.5 minutes on the clock for this decision. We could start this evening, make some of the early decisions that lead us into Prince Leteau's service, or we could leave these decisions for tomorrow. Start fresh with an evening ahead of us upon which to create the path of whatever vampire it is we find ourselves inhabiting the body of, for all of the decisions upon this road belong to you, the community and coterie that we've created thus far. Either way, we're happy to be here with you. We're happy to bring this story and this content to the community we've created together. For without you, this Elysium does not exist. It would, Lyris, be starting at the same time tomorrow, about 9 p.m. on the Pacific Coast. We'll have to start tomorrow with a brief synopsis of how our previous vampire has fallen astray, how they perished under the flames of their enemies. Thus far, we do have a plurality of votes for beginning again tonight. This will allow those of us who are making decisions thus far to shape the early path of our new kindred, to begin again the life beyond death. What a lovely option we have. And Havoc, I absolutely recommend that. I will likely, well, not even likely. There is a night in the coming week or two that I will be doing a deep dive into what Vampire the Masquerade is all about, because I intend to create within it a chronicle through which to allow some of us to pursue a story of my own devising, a breach of the masquerade in and of itself, as witnessed through the eyes of those who wind up playing. I don't exactly know the full details of how this is going to work, though I know at least one of the kindred who will enjoy this to be our Keeper of Elysium, Astrophysicist. And Uncle Tom, thank you. I hope your training goes well, and I look forward to seeing you again in the coming days. I'll be sure to shoot you a message on the Discord so that we can touch base about how things have gone. Your LARPing and expertise in the vampire realm are certainly an interesting piece. Good night and good bites, friend. What a whirlwind to go from near the end of Chapter 8 to the beginning of Chapter 1. I hope your training goes better than our recent timely arrival in Tucson. Chapter 1. Just Getting By. The state, Arizona. The highway, Interstate 10, heading west. It's the night of November 1st, and the sunrise comes all too early at 6:41 a.m. You're getting ready to pass a diesel Mercedes when the shifter goes all loose. You jiggle the stick and pump the clutch, but it's like holding a dead man's hand. Your old Honda drifts off the highway in a cloud of sand and grit. A moment later, the engine stalls. You pop the hood and fumble around in the back for a flashlight. Then you realize that it's getting light out. You can feel that this poor car, your companion for 10 lonely years, is finished. And if you're still out here when the desert sun rises, so are you. Cars fall apart. So do phones. So do people. You pull out your old iPhone and check the time in the cracked screen. It's 6:05 a.m. Unlike your poor Honda or the tattered air freshener hanging from your mirror, which used to hide the smell of dried blood, you'll last forever, if you can find somewhere to hide before 6:41 a.m. First, you've been making these courier runs for 10 years, each year making less money than the last, hiding in trunks and storage units during the day, racing down the desert highways at night with messages and parcels upon your passenger seat. It's been boring. It's felt like getting old, trapped in this body that can never age. Well, You're not bored now. You're not even breathing again. You are even breathing again. Short, frightened little breaths as you watch the sky lighten in the east. Nerves you thought extinguished years ago fire up again, making your hands shake. You feel almost alive as you check under the hood. The cable clutch is fucked. No surprise there. Maintenance hasn't been a possibility, let alone a priority, and when you look at the engine, you realize the problems run deeper than one busted cable. You've been ignoring the warning signs, like an old man who keeps coughing and won't go to the doctor. And the engine looks like... well, the engine looks like you're going to look in exactly... You check your phone again. 16 minutes. Maybe there's still time. You look around at the dusty highway, the wasteland that stretches out to the black horizon in every direction, and try to recall your mortal life. Something you learned when you still drew breath must have the power to save you here. Did we grow up poor? Working on cars? Let's see if we can get this engine running for just a few more minutes. Perhaps we had lots of mortal friends and we've kept in touch with some. They might have a good idea if we call one, or at least they could pull up a map on their phones and tell us which way to run. Did we serve in the military as poor no one, our prior gangrel? And in addition to our combat training, we know how to hide and survive in the desert. Or perhaps finally, we got a good education, and we haven't let that knowledge stagnate now that we're dead. We'll use our phone and some maps to figure out where to go. The choice, my friends, is yours, and there remain 2.5 minutes upon which to make it. I agree on everything we've said. American capitalism is a beast of another nature. Perhaps one of the reasons why I bring this information of the masquerade and the existence of vampires to you today. Perhaps in them there exists a better way. The desert may not seem like a good area for vampires. Our own selves make for a difficult situation. Seattle is a lovely place for those of the kindred. Its dreary days and dismal nights, elongated by the proximity to the poles, make such a lovely length of night. Perhaps that's why the new Vampire the Masquerade game, Bloodlines 2, will be based in the Seattle area. But it brings its own problems and situations, don't we? Now, Lyris, you're asking about our stats. However, we are currently forming some of those stats right now. The first questions presented in this first chapter will present us with the idea of who we are as a piece of the kindred. We will end up choosing our clan. We may not even be a gangrel this time. The decision we make here of how we grew up might very well shape some of the things that we're able to do in future editions of this chronicle. It is all up to you to make the decision. Ah, tea and coffee are an interesting choice. To choose the two of them rather than just one, that is. What sort of coffees and teas do you prefer, Havoc? Hmm. I was once quite the coffee fanatic. I drink my coffee, or drank my coffee, you might say, black. And black as the soul no longer extant within my mortal frame. However, I found myself consuming far too much of it, as consumption does often consume us. And so I decided that I would no longer consume the trappings of the roasted bean, and instead focus on creating the encapsulation of pleasure that is coffee for the kindred of mine own coterie. In fact, for our Keeper of Elysium, astrophysicist, I often will make a French press of 60 beans, as Beethoven once did for himself, having decided that that was the absolute best way to create a cup of coffee. She looks at me quite lovingly. We'll have to look into those teas you're offering. The Yorkshire tea and the Fortnum and Mason. I don't believe I've heard of either of those options, and our household does consume copious amounts of the brewed leaf. We have before us a tie, my friends, with one vote each cast for growing up poor, serving in the military, and getting a good education. So, we will roll a 6-sided die, and the encapsulation of that die will decide just where we land. I hadn't considered using our French press for loose leaf tea, Moose. I don't know why that hasn't occurred to me. I'll have to do that next time we have some. As this is a choice between 3 decisions, we'll say options, or if it comes up 1 or 2, we'll... Oh, actually, wait. We've another vote cast in the poll, leading us to getting a good education. How lovely. Havoc, when I drank my coffee, I drank light blends specifically. I found the inherent caffeine rising through and rippling upwards in my veins gave me the acumen of attention that I so sought. But cleaning the press even with traditional coffee is quite aggravating. So many little grounds to dig through. So much frustration. You almost need another cup of coffee after you've done it. With this newfound vote under our belts, we'll move forward. We've gotten a good education and haven't let our knowledge stagnate once we've died. We'll use our phone and some maps to figure out where to go. There are, of course, perhaps due to our lovely education, lots of maps in the glove compartment. And though your data connection out here is terrible, and you don't use GPS because you don't wish to be tracked, you just need to see the maps. From them, you might be able to cobble together a picture of where you are and figure out which way to run. In your life, in our life, what? What indeed? Did we get a business degree and learn how to act like we'd come from money? Did we try to get through community college with the help of the Army Reserve? We ran out of money, but at least we learned how to shoot. Were we supposed to learn and study ecology in the Everglades? But we spent 2 years just wading through swamps, racking up debts before we gave up. Perhaps instead we pursued a criminology degree, paying our way by chasing down bail skippers until we ran out of money. Or finally, did we study computer science, dropped out, and discovered how good we actually were at computer crime? "2.5 minutes stand on the clock, kindred, by which to make your decisions." Tell me about these special brushes, Havoc. That does sound like it might be much more satisfying to clean. Still, something crazy to get might just be worth it if it provides a worthwhile atmosphere by which to enjoy itself. I'll have to see if it is available. It looks like a group called William Sonoma in the large state of California will allow us to purchase it. About $20 for 4.5 ounces. We don't support them? That's... My keeper of Elysium tells me that we don't support this supplier, that they are a fancier version of department stores like J.C. Penney and Macy's. Let's see how these votes are panning out. 2 votes thus far for getting through community college in an effort to better our combat abilities, and 2 other votes for studying computer science. An interesting set of choices. There's still a little bit of time to cast your vote if you haven't yet. Bear in mind that we may not need to focus on our combat abilities this time around, depending on the choices we make. Our intelligence, wits, resolve, or the other abilities into which we're pouring our decisions might allow us to bypass those decisions. We likely won't even be a gangrel this time around with the other clan choices that'll be presented to us. I must say I had not expected at all our neonate to perish this evening. What a turn of events. The 2 options that stand before us do still stand at a tie, and I will roll then a 6-sided die by which to decide. However, before I do, I will have Lyris, decide whether it is odds or evens to represent choice A of these two choices that we are presented. The spring-powered brush and juicer brush both sound really excellent. I can't tell you how many times I've been frustrated cleaning my French press out. It's like a small devil trying to do that. Odds for community college. So if we roll a 1, 3, or 5... the vote will go to getting through community college. A 2, 4, or 6, and we'll have studied computer science and eventually turn to computer crime. Our roll begins now. And we've rolled a 6, so we will be studying computer science and then discovering just how good we were at computer crime. You dig around in the glove compartment, finding only a few maps and an expired Cliff Bar to give you the appearance of life. Then you check under the seat. A broken folding knife, a Michigan ID of someone who looks sort of like you, and some ninja rocks for breaking car windows, as well as a rusty Leatherman. Worthless. But if there's one thing you learned getting into trouble as a kid, it was when to walk away. This situation is fucked, and your car is now a death trap. Rather than wait to burn, you grab the satchel with your deliveries and head away from the highway, looking for anything that might save you from destruction. An old mine shaft, an abandoned shack, anything. The stars to the east are gone, replaced by a blue-purple haze. It's 6:30 in the a.m. You remember well the last time you saw the sun. You were so focused in those days. Life was so clear. You knew what you were going to become. And then you were out of college and looking for work, spending all day on your laptop or making calls. You had a job at a call center, another job at Olive Garden, and you did some design work on the side, but you were still drowning in debt, desperate to put all your education to work. You remember your last day well. You drove to your call center job, found it boarded up, and a bunch of confused assholes just like you standing around outside, not knowing what to do. It was around 6, so you watched the sunset illuminate the grimy low-rises and the cash for gold signs before shrugging and getting back in your car. It wouldn't start, so you got out and started wandering around with your phone up, looking for a signal. And that's when a shadow detached itself from beneath your car. When you rose again, burning with hunger and sticky with your own blood, your killer did not call you kindred or Cainite nor vampire. First, you learned about your clan, your lineage, a bloodline that existed since before history, before all cities but one. Your killer said you belonged to... Was it Clan Ventru, the clan of kings, monarchs of the night, masters of dreadful mental powers and rulers of the undead world? Was it instead Clan Tremere, scholars, conspirators, and blood sorcerers? Perhaps it was the Clan Toreador, artists, seducers, philosophers and of sensation and manipulation? Or maybe the clan Gangrel, half corpse, half animal, undead shapeshifters and beastmasters? Maybe it was the clan Bruja, once a clan of philosopher kings, now punks, outcasts, and would-be revolutionaries. Perhaps like Julian Sim, it is the clan Banu Hakim, descendants of a godlike killer and lawgiver, and sorcerers and assassins. Or, instead, do we hide the truth, that we stand without a clan, one of the Katif? The choice, my friends, is yours. And the poll stands ready for your decisions with 2.5 minutes on the clock. You might be able to see Magda behind me. I'll have to check out the Chemex. We haven't used that yet, preferring instead our French press, but I can't say that I've used a Chemex, to be quite frank. A sonic cleaner sounds like... well, that sounds like an implement of the future, to be quite frank. I must say I'm very interested. Ah, Greyjoy. Lovely. The Banu Hakim do sound quite cool. Their name itself inspires some fear. For those of you with some understanding of what the Vampire the Masquerade setting is, these were once called the Assamites. A bit of a less cool name. The ones who diablerize other vampires as a matter of choice and course are the Banu Hakim. So far, we've 2 votes for the Warlocks. Clan Tremere with their discipline of blood sorcery. About 30 seconds remain by which to make this decision. Havoc has cast their vote for Clan Torador, while Deus Jay-Z thinks we ought have no clan, being one of the Katif, perhaps a herald of Gehenna to come. With 15 seconds left, we've 3 votes cast for the Sorcerers and Warlocks. Moose, the idea of an overactive profanity filter on the official forums turning the Assamites into the Bottomites might very well be the reason they've changed the name to Banu Hakim. What an interesting and amusing story of the mortal perils of censure. As the votes cast stand and would have it, we look like we'll be moving forward as a Tremere of the Clan Torador. I'm sorry, the Clan Tremere. My apologies. The blood flowing through my veins does leave one a little lightheaded. Button. How lovely. One would think their coders, were they not so short-sighted, would have done something about that. Alas, Some of us don't have the wherewithal to look to the future like those of the undead. Thus we move forward as Clan Tremere, scholars, conspirators, and blood sorcerers. This will likely open up many an option in the path of this erstwhile vampire. The hydrate from both Havoc Puppy and Guillemot Greyjoy. It's a good thing I've multiple cups at hand. Otherwise, this many choosing at once might prove to be a problem. Oh my gosh. What is happening right now? One moment. Now, I must admit, I believe I had set up this cup on the screen appropriately, but it doesn't seem to be filling with blood the way it was supposed to. One of the other little pieces I'll have to work out in coming nights. Now I have to fill my water glass as well. Keeper of Elysium, are you also in need of more hot water?
Aye.
Your cup, if you would, my dear. Would you care for some more honey? You're welcome, my love.
Thank you.
Hot. I believe that. Let's see. I don't know which one of these I was dealing with. All right. So, it looks like we move forward as a vampire, a newborn kindred of Clan Tremere. The usurpers of Clan Tremere are said to descend from a mortal wizard who stole immortal life from an ancient vampire. Once organized into a disciplined arcane hierarchy, the sorcerers of Clan Tremere are in turmoil after the destruction of their greatest occult stronghold. Apple tea sounds quite lovely, Havoc. And I still think I'm going to have to get my hands on this in order to try it out. The disciplines of Clan Tremere are Auspex, thaumaturgy, better known as blood sorcery, and domination. Though famous for thaumaturgy, their intricate sorcerous tradition, many Tremere also possess supernaturally acute senses and the power to command mortals with a word. However, the weakness of this clan is frail blood. This manifests in different ways for different usurpers. Some mend their flesh slowly. Others cannot form blood bonds or create ghoul servitors, which I guess might be blood blondes depending on who you're looking at. As we have already voted and decided upon Clan Tremere, I will simply move forward with this decision rather than going back, I think. Unless we have enough dissenters that think we ought to go another way. However, we did already cast a plurality of votes for the clan ensconced in blood sorcery. Long ago, a hidden society of wizards sought more than power and mastery. They wanted immortality. The head of their order, a wizard named Tremere, thought he had found it in the blood of an ancient vampire. Tremere thought he knew the price he would pay. But though the Elder's blood granted Tremere and his followers eternal life, it also destroyed their magic. As wizards, they had shaped reality with will alone, as a sculptor shapes wet clay. But vampires are not artists. We are corpses, and the magic of Clan Tremere was dead. But they still had their iron will and their urge for mastery, and with that they survived into modern nights, each Tremere loyal to the one above in an invincible pyramid of obedience and secrecy. And then, the pyramid shattered, and your sire, the sorceress scientist Invidjakal, stuffed a bunch of trash bags full of arcane marvels and hoofed it out of New York, leaving you behind, half-trained and beset by enemies. But before she left, she gave you vision and purpose. You were you her apprentice? An occultist in life? We were mostly a con artist, and we kept those skills even as we unlocked real power. Were we instead her head of scientific occult research? Dr. Call dreamed of unlocking a technology of the spirit and needed us to organize her research teams. Perhaps we were a philosopher of blood sorcery. Clan Tremere wanted not just magic power, but to regain the pure and effortless wizardry they commanded in the mythic age. Through intuition, ritual, and harrowing wilderness journeys, we helped Call seek that return to enlightenment. Perhaps we were instead a seer and oracle, and given our gifts, the supernatural security expert. Our keen senses guarded her laboratory, watched for intruders, and saw things no one else could see. Or finally, were we her enforcer and the get-whatever-she-wants specialist? Tremere are not usually warriors, after all, but we carried a blade, and a deadly stare that left our enemies quaking. How interesting that we, as a new-formed kindred, would find the kindred in Vidjakal to be our sire. What the hell kind of blade is that, Greyjoy? That's an amazing blade. We've one vote to carry a blade, one vote to be a philosopher of blood sorcery. And now we've another vote to be her apprentice and another vote for the blood sorcery. Currently, we stand at 2 votes to be a philosopher of blood sorcery, perhaps wielding the same magically acidic powers Vidjakal once showed us in the deep labs of Kiowa's xenogenetics, and 1 vote each to be her enforcer or her apprentice. Time expires in less than 1 minute, and if you've not cast your vote on which clan of kindred our erstwhile and new vampire is born into, then perhaps now is the opportunity. One moment, one of my beasts thirsts. Oh, shake it off. As time expires, we look at the votes, and the multiplicity of votes stands to be a philosopher of blood sorcery. We shall be quite powerful in the coming days. In the nights before Vidjakal's embrace, the Tremere struggled with the purpose of their sorcery. What was it for? Some said that power and immortality were enough. Had they not rebuilt the power that their ancestors wielded back when they walked beneath the sun? But others still yearned for something more. Enlightenment, ascension, whatever you want to call it. Tremere wanted... well, those Tremere wanted the effortless mastery that their wizard ancestors had possessed. Not rote and ritual fueled by stolen blood and wedded to an antiquated medieval system of occult correspondences. But by the 20th century, most Tremere had forgotten such lofty philosophical dreams. They existed in a world of arcane and temporal power, joined to each other through the pyramid, joined to the rest of the night world through the Camarilla. The secret society of vampires, where they served as advisors and eminences grisas. They wielded thaumaturgy, the greatest system of blood sorcery ever devised. Right? Vidjakal rejected this complacency. Maybe she didn't want ascension. But these dusty rituals, this ridiculous obeisance to a cabal of old men somewhere in Austria, she found it absurd. Not absurd enough to reject entirely, though. Instead, she crafted a kind of golem or totem into which she could pour all her frustrations. You. In life, you had been a frustrated seeker and deep thinker, but not at all a suitable apprentice for the scholastic and sophisticated Tremere. But Invidya didn't want an apprentice. She wanted a shape for her dissatisfaction. And in that role, you succeeded. You mastered thaumaturgy, true, but you also began your quest for a deeper understanding of magic and the blood. You would disappear for weeks at a time into the wilds, feeling, thinking, trying to understand, and when you returned, Invidya always listened. Until one night, when she wasn't there. You had paid vague attention to the politics of your clan. You knew that their great arcane fortress in Vienna had fallen, that the Second Inquisition was hunting vampires, but you did not know they would come for you. The earth itself seemed to warn you of the danger that night. You fled minutes before the hunters found your apartment and firebombed it. And after all that, 10 years on these miserable desert highways, scraping by on the charity of your elders as you run their errands, well, you've lost your edge. The clarity of your focus, sacrificing specialization in order to learn trick after trick in order to survive from night to night. If you were still alive, you'd be middle-aged. The elders of the kindred are lies wrapped in flesh. Undeath is no promise of immortality. You've seen more than 100 Cainites born into the night, only to die a few months later at the hands of hunters or their own kind, or just because they didn't know what time it was. Strange that you're going to die young. The air ripples. It smells like burning metal. You never should have bought a hatchback. You instinctively flicker through a library of arcane rites, but all of your blood sorcery takes time. Time which you do not have. You tell yourself that you're not burning, not yet, that the smell is just a scent of your fear. It's someone else's blood simulating sweat on your forehead. The hydration is real, Lyris, isn't it? It's a familiar smell, actually. Metal, rust, blood. You smell blood. You run toward the smell of blood. The lightning sky reveals an old filling station, faded sign banging faintly in the slight wind with the creak of metal. Located just off an old frontage road, its windows have been boarded up for years. You don't see blood, and now you can't even smell it. But that doesn't matter. As the first ruby red light touches the hills, only shelter matters. Maybe you have a chance. Though the station looks abandoned, you see footprints in the sand. A golden eagle sits on the stripped diesel dispenser, watching you with an unsettling intensity. You approach the main building, looking for a way in. The windows and doors are all boarded up, and though there's a garage door for a loading dock, it seems locked. The eagle spreads its wings and screams. You don't have time for this. The sun will kill you, but first it will drive you mad. You can feel the beast rising in you. The beast. The untamed monster that lurks inside every vampire. that drives you to acts of depravity and violence. You're losing control. You need to act now. But that eagle seems almost to have been put here to guard this place. Its talons flex. We're faced with another decision in the choice of this new kindred. Are we not just a thaumaturgist, but an oracle? Our senses are inhumanly keen, and using those gifts of awareness, we look for a way inside. Or, perhaps, we are an expert on thaumaturgy, which we continued to study even after Invidya Kal disappeared. We must know some ritual to get inside, or at least to get rid of that eagle. Or, in addition to our thaumaturgical training, we have the power to give orders and be obeyed, and so, go, we tell the eagle, command ringing in our tone. The time on the clock begins now, and the pole ought stand ready to record your choices. It does look like we'd like to dominate this eagle and command it to let loose with its wings. Fly away, little birdie, fly away. Moose may well be right. Many of these options may just work. And I believe that these choices are simply to determine our stats as we still stand in the first of many chapters to come. This is an entirely different beast of a kindred already, and I'm quite excited to see how this beast shapes its path on the night road. We have run into many situations, Lyris, in the previous incarnation of our former kindred. May they rest in pieces. That would have been easily overcome had we been able to use our blood to dominate the minds of men and kindred alike. 20 seconds remain on the clock, and currently we have a unanimous decision to learn the powers of domination. Time does expire, as it does for so many mortal souls day by day. And with that time expiring, we command this eagle to go. You're not sure exactly what kind of creature this is, let alone if you can command it, but you cannot let it distract you while you look for a way into the structure. Blood pulses through your skull as you intone a single syllable. The eagle hesitates for only a second, then flaps away. Without the distraction of the eagle, you're able to move quickly around the abandoned station. You run to the north side, which will buy you a few more seconds before the light destroys you, and there you find a single open window. As smoke starts to escape from your clothes, you wiggle inside, then crawl kick away from the hole. A wave of exhaustion hits you as the sun rises fully. The kindred were not meant to maintain or remain awake during daylight hours, and you look around for anywhere safe you might rest. There's an old metal-topped freezer beside a counter here, just big enough to hold you and sealed against the sunlight. Inching around the shafts of daylight that filter through the open window and the gaps in the boards, you wrench the old freezer open. It smells like expired milk, but we can't afford to worry about that now. You drop into the old freezer and pull the lid shut. Then you mentally inventory all the things you do need to worry about. Your ruined car, the ache of hunger quickly rising in your gums, and the smell of fresh blood somewhere in this building, as well as the strange eagle. You may not survive another night, but you survived this one. You survived the fall of the pyramid and the disappearance of your sire and Vidjakal. You survived out here in the desert for years, one night at a time. You permit yourself a tight little smile. You can still make it. You can still find a way out of this. And then the blackness of the day sleep swallows you. Guilmar Greyjoy, we may just well be the vampire Indiana Jones. Though perhaps Arizona Jones is more appropriate given our location. As we're arriving now at Chapter 2, in this new path our kindred must tread on the harsh American southwestern roads, I think perhaps we might find here a stopping point. We have, after all, killed one unlucky vampire, and then born again a new one of the clan Tremere, a computer hacker dedicated to crime, someone who knows that, well, they've got the presence of mind to be able to dominate and destroy the creatures who we might come to bear our powers against. Before we go, we're going to take a look at our stats, I think. At the beginning of our new journey, we stand as a vampire of the clan Tremere, sired by Nvidia Call and of the 11th generation, much like our gangrel previously. We have a full stock of our own humanity, 4 out of 5 points, and only 3 of 5 boxes of hunger, though the hunger does call, especially with fresh blood nearby. Our willpower is quite full, and we don't worry about the beast, yet. We are uninjured, with no Masquerade violations to our name. Now, our strength, dexterity, and stamina are quite lacking, with only a point in each. We've some measure of composure, with 3 of 5 there. And, if I do say so myself, we're not entirely uncharismatic, with 2 of 5 points filled in. However, we're quite unable to manipulate people, with only 1 of 5. Our mental stats, however, are where we shine, with 4 of 5 in all 3 between intelligence, wits, and resolution. Our skills on the physical side leave much to be desired, with 0 points in anything but our clandestine nature and the ability to drive the vehicles we find ourselves behind the wheel of. Likewise, our social skills are, well, horrendous. We have some leadership, and that's about it. However, as with our stats, our mental skills are strong. We're well versed in academics and have 2 of 3 points each in, pardon me, awareness and technology. And we have some skill in both investigation and survival. Of the blood disciplines, we carry the blood sorcery, thaumaturgy, and the ability to dominate lesser minds than ours. And currently, we tread the line between both sides of each of our convictions. We are quite the nerd, Lyris Dragon. But Astrophysicist brings up a good point. We don't necessarily need to be physically adept, especially if we can wield the powers of blood sorcery we've previously seen displayed, casting out acid from our very hands born of the blood we carry in our veins. But I will caution you, those kinds of powers require the blood be coursing through our veins, and that we not be relegated to the hunger that we've faced in the past. How do you all feel about this wet noodle of an academic Tremere we now inhabit? Do we feel comfortable, present in their flesh, more so at least than we might have in the poor decision-making of the gangrel who came before? Hydration is key. And with a properly hydrated body and some experience spent gaining powers in the disciplines, we might just be able to eke out a proper existence on the night road. Between our ability to dominate and our high intelligence, we may want to avoid combat, but we may be more likely to avoid combat when we can simply command our enemies to lay down their weapons and bare their necks for our fangs to sink into the supple flesh within. This will be an interesting path to tread. One full of decisions quite unlike the decisions of our former self. Without Magda to protect us, what shall we do? Will we give in to the diableristic ideas behind the Banu Hakim Julian's desires? Will we instead follow through with Camarija Prince Leto's path? Do we give in to politicking, or do we tread our own desires? This and more will be decided as we move forward on the night road. And Lyris, worry not, for even though you may not be available for a full session every night, you will still be present and able to make some of the decisions that shape the path of this poor Tremere stuck in the American Southwest. We will hydrate in your honor, and we'll make sure to have synopses available not only upon request but regularly within the streams, so that when you look back on past evenings, you're able to ascertain just what decisions your compatriots have made. Havoc, it has been a pleasure having you here this evening, and thank you for joining us. Thank all of you for joining us in Elysium this evening. If you've enjoyed yourself tonight, please reach out to the link for our Discord below, bearing in mind that it's still under much construction, so that we can apprise you of when next we'll be moving forward, as well as tell you of the other endeavors upon which we embark together. The lot of you as a community and a coterie are quite a lovely set of individuals and an even lovelier community through which I'm happy to share and spread this content. Without you being here, I would not sit on this side of the screen, partaking of the blood through which you fuel me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for allowing us this opportunity and for continuing to enjoy and spread the cheer that we find herein. All that said, my friends, I bid you a lovely good evening and a chance to get some rest. Good bite, good fright, and good night. Until next we meet.